Am I here this time? I think so, but I'd love to know. Let's see. I'm gonna give it a second. My mic sounds terrible. How about now? Two, two, two. Um, we're gonna try this. Let's play this game. Am I super choppy? Am I lagging today? Is this gonna be a bad stream? Am I choppy at all? Okay. You're on the wrong mic though, and I can tell.
Let's try this. Oh, yeah. That is much better. So, fun story. My system did something yesterday. Broke everything. Like, my whole audio setup's been completely foobarred since yesterday. So, hey, we're here. We're back. I'm going to tell everybody that we're actually live now. And we're live. Sorry about the delay. Had some technical difficulties. Let's talk Framework.dev today, right? That's what I said. So, let me make sure everything is open and we can talk about it. And actually get my system in a place. Also, I need to make a little change. Listen to some music while we work today. But words in English aren't going to work for me doing a stream. So we're going to have to switch over to something a little more stream friendly for my brain. Here we go. Let's do this playlist. We can turn the volume down. All right, here we go. Welcome to the stream. Hi, Jessica. It's good to see you. How are you doing today? I'm glad to hear that. So I'm just getting everything set up on my end. We've got code. We need a browser. 4321, I think. Let's see where we go. Let me bring you along with me. Let's see if I broke everything. All right. I think you could see everything. Hopefully you could still hear me and I haven't broken my audio. And let us pick up kind of where we left off last time and talk about that a little bit. But let's see. We're going to do yarn dev react just because I want a site. Yeah. So here we are, picking up from where we left off last time. I have broken everything and it's fantastic. So what did we do last time? Where did we leave off? Coming over here just as a reminder, because I don't think I committed anything. Let's see. Did I commit anything? I did a few things. Okay, so last week we did the V2 to V3, V3 to V4. Or that's V3 to V4. We fixed some issues with the ESLint. We fixed an issue with the pre-commit hook. We ran some formatters, and we temporarily disabled a tsconfig rule. Which tsconfig rule did we disable? Allow importing TS extensions. No. Verbatim module syntax, we turned to false temporarily. Yeah, because that was a death by 1,000 cuts cleanup task that I didn't want to do. So if anybody's like, wait, what? What was that? So in the tsconfig, I disabled this rule right here. This rule says that anywhere where you have a import statement, let's say it's a component, this is fine. You could do an import like this. However, if you had that, for instance, my component props, and let's say that's a type, this would error. And it's because you need to specify that it's a type. And that's what that rule does. And there's a lot of instances of that throughout this code base, and it's something that Astro got pretty strict on as part of V4. So that's something we're going to need to kind of pay attention to and take care of. Not the end of the world. Something we could pick up. But let's look and see kind of what I was working on the last time, because I left myself a to-do because I knew this was going to happen. I would be like, wait, what were we doing? What did we need to do? So we need to figure out how to do multi-site content collections. Right. That was the problem that we were working on. Look at me. This is right. You write to-do lists because sometimes you forget, what was I working on? This is what I was working on. So fun little story. I'm also going to move myself to the other side of the screen. We'll see if I need to move myself again. But so this is where we were. Now we could still do all this other stuff, but this is where we were. And if we look at the things, I was turning some rules back on, adding some new additional rules. I wrote a little script here that was starting to handle the automation of this task, which I'm very excited about. And I only did it with one. So I only started with one here because I wanted to make sure that what we were doing worked, because I didn't want to like go crazy and write 400 of these. So that's what I did. And I'm very, very happy with myself because that is what I did. So if you kind of look at this, you can actually see that I moved these files over. And all I really did originally here was, I think these were the books in the Angular one. A journey. No, it wasn't. Oh, yeah. No, these were the books. So all I did is I just copied this out, pasted it into that file, and I wrote a little script just to verify that's what we're doing. So good on me. I knew what I was doing, and I got it to work. I think we still have some things we need to work on, though. So also, let's just make sure that part of the reason this isn't running is because I just foobarred a directory. And then we're going to start with the Angular today because apparently that's where I started. So let's go back and see if just doing a quick npm. No, I foobarred everything. So we're going to figure out how I foobarred it. But if we come over to our lovely content collections here, you can see I started to set up what each of these collection types is going to look like. And I was doing it one collection at a time, mostly to simplify what's going on here and not to be super intense about it. And I think there's going to be some other improvements we need to make while we're here. Looking at this collection here, I think this is where things are starting to get angry because I started to do something and I don't think I finished it. I think this is what is actually complaining, and I don't know why all of this is complaining. So this is mad because the type undefined, because libraries is undefined, and libraries comes from search data is undefined. I don't know why that's undefined here. Because the only one I changed here really is books. So if we come back to what we had before, all I had here was, instead of books looking like this, I had books looking like that. And if I do this, well, that works all of a sudden. So it's just mad because books aren't there. So we could fix that. That's a solvable problem. And I think another way to look at it is when we look at this page, if books isn't coming from our content collection, that's going to be the problem. So that's where we were. But the reason I had paused last time was two problems. First, I was trying to actually leverage this new source directory with all of these content. But then what we found is that these aren't actually building the way I had hoped they would. So it's not actually finding these books. So if I actually like change this to collection books as an example, and I post that here. I don't know why I was logging out blogs, but we can leave that for now. So if we come back to the home page, the collection books does not exist or is empty. Ensure collection with that directory already exists. So I got it undefined. So what I did didn't work. So I put the config all the way over here inside of this directory, and it's like, yeah, no, I can't. That doesn't work. So where we were leaving off last time and kind of where we are now is how do we do multi-package? Like so let's Excalidraw this for a minute because I think this would be a fun little Excalidraw. I'm gonna just open this up on a side screen for a minute because I don't remember what I authed with, and I don't want to give away too much private information. You know, that's my stuff. All right, cool. Now we have Excalidraw back. Let's go find ourselves a new space. I think this will work. So Framework.dev is a pack. It's a multi-framework package. So effectively what we did is there's just this source code for Framework.dev itself that supports the generation of a bunch of different sites. So we have, oh man, I have to do it this way. All right, yeah. So here's Angular, and then I'm gonna make 3 for now just to keep my life simple, but there's a lot of these that we're gonna be doing. So basically there's these 3 different sites. Let's bring these to the front so I can edit them a lot easier. So now these are just kind of sitting inside of the framework.dev domain space. And so they're effectively just themed versions of the core site, but they have their own unique content that doesn't necessarily map to the same book collection here, right? Like this is the Angular tags book collection. So React can't use the same collection necessarily. And so now we're in this place where we need effectively, for every single site, we're going to need a unique content collection. Right, a unique content collection that matches the data site that we're building. But the way the site's built is you just have this central site and everything's pulled from data that way. So I want to first figure out how does this website determine which app we're using and why, and figure out what we could do better, if at all. So like right now, if we look, like this README was because of an Amplify thing. This context, the site was originally deployed to Amplify. It's no longer there. It's on Netlify instead of Amplify. Lots of ifis. I'm sure we can have another 3 ifis on this by the end of the day. But so that's not going to work. So if we come and look back at our package.json, so I went in and we're doing this site right here. So what it's saying is, hey, Vite framework, this is going to be Angular. And then it calls yarn workspace framework.dev site with dev. So this Vite framework, I'm assuming has to be used to do build time stuff. And sure enough, there it is. And the whole reason we did it this way, for my understanding, and it makes sense, is if you go to the actual framework.dev site, if I load up Angular and React, you'll notice that there's very little difference between these two sites, except for maybe the word Angular or React. And as you scroll through, it's the same types of content as you keep going. So we have this interesting little problem that we're going to need to deal with somehow. I don't have an answer for that yet. But I think what that means is trying to actually build several different versions of the website is probably a poor decision. And it's a poor decision not because that well, it's a poor decision because we don't want to have to maintain the same page in 7 different places, and I'd rather just like, hey, import this, make it work. And you can't really do that here. Like I could probably do that. Well, let's talk through pro cons here. So I'm not sure which path we're going to do. So I want to kind of validate some ideas. The idea I'm currently pitching is right now, the Framework.dev site knows about each of these different web properties and just says, hey, build it. And build it with this variable replacing everything. And that variable is then, just to pick an example, like this page thing, it's knowing how to get the data from the right content collection. And so there's this tight coupling of the data and the site that it's associated to. And that's how this looks currently. Another option that we could do, so let's put a line in the sand here. So that's option 1. This will be option 2. Option 2 is I actually changed the formula. I don't know if I like the idea of changing the formula because this is a lot more work. But let's talk about the pro con here. So instead of Framework.dev owning all the data, Framework.dev becomes just the UI component library. So all of these would just point. And so what I could do instead, and I can just finish that and make it look right. There we go. So what I could do instead is I can make it so each of these pages, so to speak, becomes a component that just gets rendered. And I think that's all good and dandy, but let's think through what that might look like in essence. So I would have to have a component here that maybe looks like, maybe it's 2 import statements. The first one is going to be get site data. We'll talk about what that means. And then another one that is, so this is like the homepage component, effectively. And this will be from some my component. We haven't really talked about what that is yet. But then what this would do is we'd have homepage, right? And data for it would just be get site data with, this, well, what we do is data would equal await if it's awaited, or just get site data with the meta env vite framework option. And effectively what this would have to do, what I'd have to do, I would have to refactor every single page and every single data fetch. So in this case, this is my data fetch into reusable functions and components using Astro. I could still use Astro components for this. And using all of that, generate the outputs that I'm hoping for that would exist, and then feed that into the rest of the page. And in theory, that could just work. Like now all of a sudden, site here becomes very similar to system in that it's just outputting what the rest of them would consume. And this would be what a consumer for like a site looks like. And then you could write a scaffold script that say, hey, I want to generate the new site, and it would just know how to generate this. And I mean, how many pages, how much source code are we really talking about converting if we go with this approach, right? So we're talking like this data directory disappears, goes elsewhere. These components, these effectively become what I'm describing. So we could just refactor it. This just becomes components. The pages, these disappear to an extent. Like these pages go elsewhere, and then this layout just becomes a reusable, exportable bit of code. And then that's not too bad. I'm going to say it. That's not bad. I don't know if that's ideal. So let's write that down, just so we're kind of on the same page here. So we got our pros here. Each site is easier to inspect. Each site owns its own content collection. Each site, no, that's about it. Cons, lots of code duplication. Yeah, lots of code duplication. That's the con. That is literally the con. If we come over here, let's talk about different pros and cons. The pros here. Less code overall. But I think the cons are the pros of the other one. So sites are slightly harder to inspect, and are more tightly coupled. And then each site, whatchamacallit, each site, well, no, each site doesn't own, harder to manage content collections. Is this even possible? I think this is the question that we're left with. So what am I talking about? Why am I saying this is maybe the question? Content collections were never really made. They weren't made with this idea of having multiple sites like this. And that makes sense. Like they just weren't meant to be this way. Now, what's nice is, Astro did just launch their DB solution. We could use it. It is free tier. And we could just put everything into a DB, and then now you just have query filtering proposition, and then you don't even need content collections. But that feels, I'm going to say the word icky, and I'm going to stand by the fact that feels icky. Like, we don't really need a database for this project. The whole point of this project is to have as little extrinsic external infrastructure as possible so people can come and contribute, and it's like it's a living list of data. So that doesn't feel right. But then what happens if one of the things we never did with this project is we never internationalized it. What if we want to do internationalization? And the reason I'm bringing that up, let's do this. Content collections, right? So what are content collections and how do they work? You can read all of this, but what I really want to do is, if I can find it, there used to be something in here about internationalization. Okay, maybe it's in here. So internationalization, you define locales, and kind of using those locales, we can decide how they appear. And so you have all your pages. Now, how does it work with content collections? And the answer is there is no answer. So that's interesting. Let's see if anybody's tried to solve this. Astro nationalization of content collections. Let's see what we can find today. That's not what I was looking for. Let's see if either of these answers my question. So data, docs, END. Okay, so they went that way. That doesn't really solve the question. So I don't like that. This doesn't solve our problem. What happens if we go here? So again, it's talking about pages. Use collections for translated content. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. Create a folder and source content for each type of content you want to include and add subdirectories for each supported language. For example, to support English and French blog posts, you would have post 1, post 2, post 1, post 2. All of this works for me. This is the internationalization approach I was thinking about. Create a content config TS file and export a collection for each type of content. So still that. So we're good. We're good through here. Nothing's changed. And then here, they're like, okay, now use dynamic routing. And what they do is content collection just grabs the collection for the pages. And then for each page, language slug passes the page language okay. But how does it handle... How does it handle this? So I understand how it's doing the page. But how would you do it with this? So you get an entry by language and slug, where entry comes from content collection. This is giving me ideas here. So we're gonna try an idea in a second and see if it actually works, because that would be freaking cool if it worked. So if we go to the internationalization, no, we want to go to not internationalization. We want to go to content collections. And we want to see what get collection. Yeah, I want to see what the API on this method is. So it takes in a collection and then you can pass in a filter. And the filter lets you query this way. But this just goes and finds anything inside of the blog collection itself. So here's the question. Can I go into a similarly named, can I query by directory effectively? So if I go take this content directory that I just created, if I come over here to the site in the source directory, I drop content. There's content. Assuming I didn't just butcher this to high hell. Where'd it go? I dropped it somewhere that I didn't mean to drop it. Let's collapse landing site. Let's collapse source. All right, here's content. Right? Here's the site. Ooh, no. Do not go there. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. Nope, go away. Go away. All right, we're doing this the hard way, apparently. Let us not mess that up. All right, let's try again. Now we're in source. Here's our content. We only made books. Can we, inside of books, create an Angular directory? And inside of Angular, put these books. And then I'm going to make a new folder in here called React. I'm going to borrow one of our friends here. I'm going to just make a fake React.json. Do a quick paste, a journey to React development. Even though that's not the name of the book, that's what we're going to call it for now. So now we should have books inside of our content collection, one by Angular, one by React. So if I come back to this collection method here, collection Angular books, We're going to do one called React. If this works, this is problem solved. If not, we'll get more creative. Collection Angular books, collection React books. All right. Do we think this will work? Yes or no? My guess is we're going to get a no. Yeah. So that didn't work. So that's disappointing. So we went content, books, Angular. That worked, and that should be right. So that doesn't work. So let's go read those docs a little more closely again. So in this case, this is looking for content blog entries. It returns all the items in the collection by default and accepts an optional filter function to narrow by entry properties. This allows you to query for some items in collections based off of an ID. Now, my config here, this is maybe the one thing we didn't play with, right? Now, I don't love what I'm about to do. And I don't think I want to play this game yet. But one of the ideas I have here is, can I structure this in a way? Because one of the big things here as well is all of these types here are going to be shared across all the different collections. I don't want to mess this up. So like all of these could be shared in theory, which would be really nice. The only thing that's different is the tags that are allowed per type. So it'd be interesting if I can do like a multi-config situation. So let's just see what this does. So this is interesting. I don't think this is what I want. I don't want to do get entries. We don't, where are we in the docs, by the way? Collection entry type. Query functions include get collection, get entries. Each returns with the collection entry type. This is the type as a utility. Yes, we know this. Other content collection types. Collection key. Data collection schema. Astro middleware on request. Let's go back to this question that I kind of had up here. So this one's handling a specific entry. And this is handling how to do the dynamic route for the specific entry, but how would you handle the global route? And this is the question I'm kind of having. Is we don't want the blog page, we want the blogs page. So let's keep playing for a minute. Let's keep hunting. Let's keep trying to understand what's going on here. So this is talking about pages, but we're really wanting to talk about content collections. So this isn't really working for us the way I had hoped. Like the idea here is underneath blog, I could say, hey, here's the Angular one, here's the React one. Like that feels like that should have worked. And then in the config, they just said listed as is. So I'm good to hear. I'm missing something, and I don't know what I'm missing yet, and that's what's bothering me. I mean, the other thing we could look at real fast is what happens if we just get rid of the word Angular from the list. We got somewhere. Something new just happened. We don't know what it is, but we got something new. Oh. Haha. So tags, I said was an enum, but it's an array of enum. That's what's complaining. How did I know? Just to answer the quick question, I saw, hey, it says I'm expecting one of these types, but it got an array. And I was like, oh yeah. Why is it listing tags? What do you mean by that? What is that question? Why is it listing tags? Are you talking about like why is it listing these tags here? If so, this was just saying like it was expecting one of these, but instead it got an array type. And because it got that array type, I knew that I needed to put that. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's listing them because these are the types that were acceptable. So this translates into a type that's basically like how do you translate that really quick? So this becomes like type x equals nx or recipes or ... Like this is the type, and it was like, hey, I don't see that type. What I see is an array, because that's what we were actually passing, and because the array was actually there instead of the types like this, we bungled. We just bungled it. So here's the fix. Here we go. Just had to put in an array. So that was helpful. That fixed that problem. So now let's see what's going on, because there's something interesting happening here. And I think I like what's happening here. I do like what's happening here. Oh, that's interesting. So check this out. We just kind of uncovered a new feature. And I like how they did this. So we're going to, remember how I said I want to maybe support internationalization one day? Let's play that game for a second. Let's say we do English, and then we're going to just duplicate this file into here just for the sake of duplicating it. I don't speak French, but you know, let's play the game. I like what I just saw. I really like what I just saw. Oh, I really like what I see. So check this out. Look at the IDs. And I'll even make this a little bigger for readability. Look at these IDs. It's Angular slash. Angular slash. Did you just open the door? Are you a smart dog? Yes, you are. The door to my room was closed, and Sony totally just like forced her way in and came in to say hello. Sony, you want to come say hi? Come say hi. Yeah, come here. Everybody say hi to Sony. Mwah. Who's a good dog? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. She's a good dog, everybody. This is the best dog. You're so sweet. She's as sweet as they come. All right, so coming back to my explanation. I'm sorry about the cute puppy alert, but who doesn't like a good cute puppy? Unless you have allergies, in which case I completely understand, and I apologize for your loss of life. So coming back, look at this. It concatenated the file name in the folder directory underneath content. And if you keep looking, check this out. ID. So when I did the React once, it gave me the English. So if I ever wanted to support internationalization, I could still get this. This works. This is powerful, because one of the things that Content Collections does, just to play this game a little further. So this takes in a function. All right. So here's our book. And Copilot is being awfully witty today and saying it knows exactly what I want. We'll have to fix the book type. But look at this. So now all of a sudden, if I go, not tags. If the ID includes the word Angular. So here, let's do this one more time. So the collection books React does not exist or is empty. Ensure collection. Okay, we're not worried about that. But if we look, we got ID. We got the IDs of the 4 books, and it filtered out all of those React books. Let's say we were doing internationalization all of a sudden, and we wanted just includes React. And let's say we only wanted the English ones. Look at what showed up. Astro, you are so cool. Like, damn, Astro, you be cool. So this solved a problem for us. It didn't solve all our problems, but it did solve. So if we come back to our little diagram here, it's possible. We just answered the question. It is possible. And it actually isn't that much harder to manage. So it's no longer a con, meaning this loses because there's too much code duplication. Like the other 2 things aren't strong enough pros to keep this as our solution. We're on the left now. We are totally going this approach. Now, the other challenge that we need to talk about, because again, what we can do is, if it includes the Vite native framework value in this case, which is Angular for us, we can see we get the right option. We're happy about that. This solves most of what we care about. And that's really awesome. That's really, really awesome. The problem it's introducing for us, though, and I'm not sure, let's think about how we're going to solve this. But if we come back to this example, this collection only solves our friends over in Angular. It doesn't solve for our other friends. So all of a sudden I need to do React. It has different tags. I need to do Vue. It has different tags. I need to do Svelte, different tags. And I probably need different tags per collection type. So I think we have a really complicated collection issue. But we're going to try something. We're going to try something I'm a little worried about, but I think works because this is just a TypeScript file. So, and this is going to be the type. If, and we're going to do a switch statement here on, I think it's on my, nope. It wasn't my clipboard. We'll just go grab it. We're going to do a switch statement on this. This is available at config during build time. Problem solved. If I can do this, all right, what is this mad about? So that aligns to that. So I didn't need any of this. Again, we're just playing a game real quick, but I'm curious what happens if I call this exactly like this at build time. Neat. This is neat. Oh, we are getting fancy. We are getting so fancy, everybody. So what we can do is we can now create our tag type exactly like this, just like we were talking about. And now as I create new things, these enums here, these become the arrays in which we're trying to do things. And now we just have a lot of power. Now we could also simplify this a little simpler because this part of the equation actually could just live here. So what we can do instead is we just return the array of all the strings that we actually want. Just like that. And now all of a sudden, when we define our type here, we don't need any of this. We do that. Now this is mad because it throws an error, but if we go and actually refresh, we can see no errors, our book type's fine, and Astro is happy. This is just mad because it can throw an error. Now, we're okay with that. We are okay with that. We can just go ahead and just say, hey, no, this is always going to return an empty in this case. This has the right return type. And what is this mad about? Source provides no match for required element at position 0 in the target. Argument of type string is not assignable of type string or ... string. But we're returning an array of strings. What happens if we explicitly say return a string array? Okay. What happens if we say as string array? Okay, this is mad. What is it expecting? Enum string read only, or is there a way to have like a base set of tags that works for all of them, and then inside of your switch statement you can concatenate the base tags with the framework specific tags? Yeah. No, that's exactly what we're proving out right now. We just proved we could do that. So like I see where you're going with this, and I totally agree. So if we do the data for books for React, right? So here are all those tags. How many of these tags overlap with these tags? And then let's just smash them together, right? Yeah, we can do that 100%. And that's what's cool. I love this. I love this because it's so easy to do. So like in this case, routing is a common tag. We could totally pull that up to the top, and that's just like really cool and really neat and how all that works. So 100%. That's totally something we could do. We're not going to do that today. I think that's a future additional cleanup task. But we're able to do that. And I think that's super fascinating. Let's talk about this still. I'm trying to figure out why argument of type string is not assignable to type of string or string. Source provides no match for required element at position 0 at the target. Oh. Okay. Are you ready for why this is mad? You ready? Are you ready, kids? I'm reading a book right now. I'll share this because I think it's hilarious. I'm reading this book series. It's called The Completionist Chronicles. It's very funny. But there is a I'm just sharing this. So if you read one of the books later in the books, there's this whole thing, and he literally just does a SpongeBob meme in the middle of his book, and it's one of the honest to goodness like best things I've ever read. And if you listen to audiobooks, the audiobook author, like you could just feel him and his pain as he had to do this because it was just absolutely amazing. But it goes, "Are you ready, dwarfs? Aye, aye, Major General." And the rest of it is very much just like Who Lives in a Pineapple Under the Sea themed, but different phrasing. Here, let me see if we can do it. Elves in a bunker under this rock. War crimes. And it just goes on. I might get copyrighted for that, and I apologize if I do. But that was hilarious, and I yeah, I will stop before I get that infringement, but it's absolutely hilarious. But this return type needs to be this. That's why this is mad. Enum, in this case, is required by definition to have a single string. So this is the required output of this function. Simply put. So in our default case, we're just going to say it's an empty string. That's why everything was mad. So now everything's right in the world. And now we can do really fun metaprogramming to actually make this work exactly the way we want. And I'm giddier than giddy gets. This is amazing. This is cool. Astro, you rock. You just convinced me why you're the best for documentation sites and anything with static content. Like, hands down, winner. Hands down. So, kind of coming back to it, we don't need books like this anymore. Now, I do want to set the book type. So, question is, how do I type this? API reference, get collection. This is what I'm looking for. I would like to know what this is and how we can actually get that type. Ah, it's the collection entry type. That's what it is. So, what we can do here, collection entry type, which comes from here. Oh, I guess it's just collection entry. Collection entry. Cool. So we could do this, and this should take in book and or books. No, you're not. You're being used as a generic here. You're a generic, sir. Takes in a generic of type C, where in our case, type C is not here. Do we need to yarn Astro? Oh, they have a types generator. Types. There is a way to do this. My brain forgot how to do it. The Astro config file, TypeScript. Let's play this game. There's a script. There's a script. There is a script. Where is the script? You know what? It's in my personal project. So we're going to just go borrow that. No, I didn't do that. Yarn Astro types. That's not it. Oh, there it is. It's called sync. Boom. Now we have it. Hopefully. If we come in here. No. Okay, it might be this one. Oh, did we just create a top level file that I didn't mean to create? We totally created a top level file I didn't mean to create. We're going to have to try again. So it's yarn workspaces site Astro sync. No? What did we have to do? Yarn workspaces, framework. That was called landing site. That's not where we are, though. We're on just the one called site. Astro sync. Okay, there's another source. All right, we can only hope this placed it in the right place this time. It did. It did. It did place it in the right place this time. I'm so happy. I got it right this time. It just took me a second. So we should, in theory, if I look for the word book, yeah, so we can do books. So this should work. Why are you unhappy? Expected 0 type arguments, but got 1. It's a collection entry. All right. What am I missing? Collection entry. The collection is a type with the following types. It should be whatever I named it. So I called it books. It should be books. So if I go and do our type is books type. And then uh-oh. So this is pulling from there. So env.d.source inside of here. Do not use a / for reference. Is there a quick fix? No? Why is this mad? Huh. This is strange. This is very strange. Let's see if we are missing the TypeScript bits. Let's make sure we did this correctly. So we do need that. We have the import alias, extending window. We don't need that. Component props, we don't need that. So it should just be set up. So if we go to our TS config, and it's asking for extends. Do I just need to put this in there? Is that all that's missing? Has that been my problem the whole time? Are we right? Are we wrong? No, it's still very angry. What am I doing wrong? Additionally, our template includes a env inside the source file to provide V's client types. Yep, we saw that. Nope, not that one. All right, so the Astro client, that's good. So this is happy. We did this. Everything's right there. And this is the TS plugin. There shouldn't have been... We're going to just see if I'm missing something here. We're going to just look this up. Configure an Astro for your payload. Types. Add types. IntelliSense. Remove support. Something ain't working. So I'm going to be very unhappy about this. This is trying to pull from this file here, Astro types content.d. But then sync, as we saw, was writing to here, which is Astro types.d, which is different. This is a very different file. Can we agree on that? I think we can agree on that. It looks like books type is not being used though. Yeah, no, that's fine. But if you look at books type, it's an any type. I'm trying to solve for that right now. Why is that an any type? Because really it should be this right here. Like data entry map is books. And I don't know why that's not coming out, because data entry map is an any entry map into the collection key, which is then used as part of the collection entry. So in theory, I did this correctly. This should be typed. It isn't. I don't understand why. This is the problem I'm trying to solve. So like collection entry, like that should be fine. And this is mad because only returns what is being used as a value here. So if we just, again, take this down and just say this is, well, it's happy there. But see how it's an any type? So this has type any. I'm trying to avoid that. And part of what you're supposed to be able to do is in get collection, you're supposed to be able to type it. So get collection. Yeah, so if I look on this page for get collection, you can see that, and there is a way to use it with TypeScript, but it's not working, and I'm sad because it's supposed to work. And maybe what it's doing is it's supposed to be inferring from here. And I guess that makes sense. But I would like to know why. I'm trying to figure it out. Update any formatter. Get collection. Get like Astro, get collection, TypeScript. What am I missing? That's not helpful. I swear I wrote this article too. I'm almost positive I wrote this article. So here's the get collection. This person did it that way. Astros as, so yeah, see, this is supposed to work. I agree with this. This is a statement. And what I don't understand is the filter function, I guess. So if we go back to get collection now, again, going to the API, like this should have a type. But it's not working that way. Is it this? Because that shouldn't work. Like I can almost guarantee that doesn't work. Yeah, so like this is a book type. And maybe it takes this. But I don't think those types are aligned. And this is mad again for some reason. It's very broken. This is an array. So books is an array. Cannot read length on line 106. There is no 106. Oh, on the home page component. Guessing this home page component. Line 106. So books is a book string. Okay. Oh, this is why. I don't need data anymore. Now it's mad because of a join. All the little things, just death by 1,000 cuts today, I guess. So it looks like books.ts. It's probably this one right here. Line 34. Metadata authors.join on a comma. So in our case, what I did is if we go to our config for the source content, authors is an array of string. That is correct. And this one is saying if the book authors join sample size of books is 6. So it takes in, okay, how does sample size work? Sample size comes from Lodash. This is just receiving the books. And then this is mad because join is failing on undefined. So let's go look at our content collections for a second. Now we're starting to get somewhere, I think. So authors is an array, is an array, is an array, is an array. So cannot read undefined on books line 34. So for some odd reason, our friend here on line 34, books authors, cannot be joined because it is null. Because books is not what? What is books not? Okay, books is there. Books.data. Oh, hi. We've remapped how this object works. That's our problem. Oh no, we're about to break everything. Oh no-y. Oh no-y. Okay, there's maybe a fix for this. So first this has to happen. We have to get the books. But then once we get the books, I think that's all we care about. I think. And sure enough, that worked. Now, was that correct? Probably not. But we can see the books are there correctly. So what we probably need to do here, similar to what we needed to do there, is we can say this is a book collection still. And what we want to do this time is we want to return ID as book ID. And then the rest of it is the book data. And this might be mad because it needs some extra paren if we want to inline it. And we're good. All set. So this just flattens it so I don't have to go rewrite the whole code base. I think is the one thing I don't like about content collections is that it does do that roll up where we had, if I can find the example now, like it just gives you the ID and the books this way, but then you had like everything else already down one layer. So this is just something we need to think about. And we're going to be okay with that because we're going to make this pretty generic here by the end of the stream. Because if we look at this and this filter, that's going to apply to every single one of these that we're fetching. And we're also going to make this way more powerful because guess what you can do? We can do a promise.all now. And that's neat. So these are going to be some of the fixes we do today. We are now actually cooking. I like cooking. What do you think? What do you think, stream? Are we doing it? I think we're doing it. I think we have found a solution that works. So we're going to just close a bunch of stuff. We'll come back to fixing our types shortly. But we figured out how to do multi-site. We're very happy that we figured out how to do multi-site. So how are we going to do this? Well, first off, we're going to kill a bunch of things. So this Angular repo, this Dino repo, GraphQL, Node. Say goodbye to Quick. We're just gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going here. We don't need any of the non-core libraries of this system anymore. These should be gone. They're totally gone because it's covered by these strings. First off, we're going to kill a bunch of things. Doom music starts. I love that. Yes, the Doom music starts. I don't have that queued up, and I don't want a copyright infringement. So we're not going to do that. But we just deleted a bunch of stuff, and we are very happy about that because deleting things means there's less we have to maintain. The less we have to maintain, the happier we are, and so forth and so on. So let us remove, what is it? We're going to remove old package placeholders for Amplify deployment. Not needed anymore. Goodbye. We no longer use Amplify. We no longer need these packages. Goodbye. You are the weakest link. We're gonna get some type of Git issue because what did I forget? Lots of errors that I'm going to ignore for now. We're going to ignore things for a little bit because we know we broke things. We're gonna be bad. We're gonna be bad, but we are gonna be good in that we are going to fix our type problems. We're gonna fix it. We're just not gonna fix it right this second. All right. So what else can we commit? This is a generated file, so we shouldn't need to commit that. We might need to commit that. We are gonna we're gonna commit our add first pass at unified content collection config, because that's what we did. And unfortunately, this is not going to be happy with us, so we're going to have to just no verify a bunch right now. We will fix this. I promise we will fix this. Now, before we keep going, I might not do these. We are going to delete these fake React ones because I said they were fake for a reason. And then what's going on here? We can... I don't know why I changed this file, but we're going to ignore this file for now. Just gonna ignore it. It's gonna be fine. Everything's great. And then here, this is where we started to make changes. We aren't done. There's a lot more we want to do this file, but we want to get everything else working first. So we're gonna leave this alone. So let us talk about what script we're gonna work on next. We're gonna talk about this script. This is my lovely do-it-all script that we hadn't quite finished because I wasn't quite ready to do it. But this is where things are going to get fancy. So there's two things that this file doesn't do that we're going to try to finish today. Thing one, automate it to handle every single directory for all the different packages we just deleted. Right? That's going to be goal one. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. That's gonna happen here. We will need to figure out how to handle the whitelist. Now, the good news is we can trust that the existing system is whitelisted correctly. So we're gonna just trust that's the case, and then we'll double back to it. Now, the second thing I want to do though is I want to fetch all the images for all the packages or all the entries and store them. Because I don't know if you noticed earlier when I loaded one of these pages, this page, notice that Prime's missing its logo. I am sick of seeing this every time I load the site. I think it devalues what this thing does, and people are like, oh, it's broken, don't use it. I'm like, no, this is super valuable. You should use it. So I'm going to try and fetch as many of these as possible, store them in the code base automatically. That's my goal. So we'll put a 0.1a in here because it was called out of handle tag definitions. I'm not sure how I want to do that yet, but we can think through it and talk through it. Making sure there's nothing important here. Okay. So what we're going to do is, instead of data being this right here, because this isn't helpful, is the goal that is an image fails, then replace it with a placeholder image with the new script. Incorrect. The goal is, instead of using third-party CDNs and hoping that they will allow us to have it, there's nothing stopping us from just serving them from our source. So we're just going to do that because it's free. I'm not going to say this is a sustainable model, but it definitely works a hell of a lot better than what we're doing. So that's the plan. That's a great question. Okay, so let's talk about how we need to do this, because the script needs to change because it did something different before. First off, what different sites are we supporting, right? So we have Angular, we have React, we have Vue. We have a dog that's barking. I don't know why. Oh, UPS truck. Hey, Sony, not cool. Be nice. Okay, so we have a few sites we need to do. So there's Quick, and we need to make sure that the names align with what we have them in our code base. So if we look, we have Quick. We see that. So if we just look for, source data, I think that'll give us our full list here. Source data. So here, we can even do this alphabetically. That way we don't skip a beat here. So we have Dino, we have GraphQL, we have Node.js, we have Quick, React, Solid.js. I can never spell svelte. Thank you for realizing what I was going to type. System and Vue. Great. So these are the data packs. That's what I'm going to call them. So we have these data packs. And for each data pack, we're going to have a collection type. And our collection types here are going to be like that: blogs, books, communities, courses, libraries, podcasts, and tools. So this is going to be good, because effectively what we need to do is we need to go through each of these and then generate their related content for each and every single one of these. So for now, I'm going to comment this code out. And the reason we're commenting this code out for now is because I want to be super duper safe. Also, we're going to have to create fun little mapping functions, and I'm not sure that what I have here is good enough yet. Keyword, yet. So we're going to go data packs, and then for each, we're going to go through a pack, because that's fine. That's a fair name. And we're going to have to do something with each of those packs. For right now, we're just going to log the pack, and we're just going to... Actually, I kind of like what Copilot was suggesting. All right. Assuming I didn't do something terrible, which this is indicating maybe I did. Okay, cool. So if we go through it, we're going to just kill our server. And what we could do is we could just run node migrate to collections. So that would be what happens when we're done. And then at some point, we can just write done. And then we write it again, and we see it's done, and then it starts, and it's done, and it starts. Okay. So nice little CLI script. So now we will know what is going to be happening as we go. The next thing we need to do is we're going to need to go through each language and pick all of its files that are associated. So in this case, what we need to do is for each collection type now. And what we can do here, we can be a little fancier. And I don't know if that actually works, but starting collection migration for the type here. And then we'll do the same thing, but we'll call it done. And hopefully, if I wrote everything right, hey, look at that. Finished collection migration for type. We can finished migration of. Make this a little more readable. A little more readable. And then we forgot something. It's like, why does that look wrong? Hey, look at that. Start, finish, start, finish, start, finish. We're very happy with this now, because now we have kind of the structure of how this is going to have to run. All right. What is next? Okay, so we started with our data packs. Now we have our collections. Now we actually need to start reading files here. So if we go back to how things were, everything is currently in a file kind of like this. And we can keep going and we can see each and every single one of these and how they live. So not too bad. We can make that work. So what we're going to have to do here is we got to figure out what that directory structure is. I'm going to just copy the relative path of it because that's half the battle. So in this case, we could see a couple of very helpful things. So this is going to match one of our data packs. So this is the pack right here. And then this is going to be the name of the collection type. So in our case, we need to build a string, which will be pack and type. So now we get our lovely little pack type situation, and this should generate every single file we're going to need to read. So from here, we could do fsync read file, and we could do it synchronously. And what we're going to do is we're going to we'll borrow everything that Copilot offered, except we're going to replace the string ourselves. And what we could do here is we can actually console log what the data looks like. And if everything worked, we'd be great. But it didn't work because I did file sync, not file async. So I think it was just read file. This would work. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So file sync versus file async. So read file sync. If we go to the node docs, and we find read file sync, here we go. So you just read the file from the directory and it gives you whatever it has. So let us just say this is our data, because we don't have a better name for it right now. And let's just kill everything else. And we can trust that this is UTF-8. So we console log the data now. We aren't getting what we want. Now, why are we not getting what we want? What did I do wrong? No such file, because I fat fingered something. Let's try again. Hey, that looks very promising, but also very lengthy. So we'll never want to log that out again. What we could see is it was able to read the file. Now that wasn't helpful, as it turns out, because check this out. We don't actually want this. We just wanted this part of the pie. We just want what it exports, right? We just want the export. So what we actually probably want to do instead is, and I don't know if this is going to work, but can we require the file? Because that would be really cool. If this is allowed, that's amazing. It is not allowed apparently. And why is it not allowed? And it's probably because I'm using Node. I'm using Node, not TypeScript, and these are TypeScript files. So, how to fix? There is something I can do. Don't know if it's in here, but we're going to try it. So we're going to add TS Node. What do I want? I want this in the workspace. So we're adding TS Node to the workspace. And what we're hoping is that just default TS Node will be good enough for what I need. And why is this? Cannot find the module packages site. Part of the reason this is probably not working is because it needs to be a relative path, not a fully qualified path. Check that out. This allowed me to do it, but it's unhappy because of the export token. So something's wrong. I always forget how to do this. How to run TypeScript script from command line. If this says anything but TSC or TS Node. You leave TSC running in watch mode and it will generate JS files for you in a live fashion so you can run Node food. This is what I did. I wanted TS Node. TS Node was the right command. TS Node, unexpected, can't due to syntax error. Yeah, here we go. This is our error. What's the problem? Appears 2015 is not yet supported. Oh, do I need to just make this a TypeScript file? Do we just need to say, hey, run a TypeScript file from a TypeScript file? Yeah. That's part of the problem. Can't require from a thing. All right, so how to change? So if we import why don't we try this? Don't need either of those yet, but await import. And this needs to be async for that to work. Dang. What can we do? We can just ignore these for now. They're just in the way. Let's just remove what we're not using. So where we are so far is unknown file extension TS for block TS. Error unknown file extension. What if I just get rid of the TS now? Error module not found? Did you mean to import ... packages site? No, I didn't mean to do ... packages. I just meant to do packages. Because packages is at the top level with me. So no, that was right. What's wrong? Let's see. Import TypeScript file from script. Dynamic import TypeScript from script. So I want to do something like this. That is effectively what I want to do. So I should be able to await on the import like I did right here. Now, I wonder if part of it is I need to make all of this async. Otherwise, it's mad. No? Okay. That didn't matter. But it couldn't find this file. Unknown file extension in TS Node. So let's try this. Can't run node TypeScript type error. Remove type module from package.json. Do we have that? We don't have that, so I don't know why you're thinking that. Try again. If you don't want to remove type module, for example, if you're using import statements in your TS, compiler options, ES module interrupt is true. Maybe let's try that for a minute. Oh, that's already set to true. And then you can start the server with your TS node ESM. I don't think I have this anywhere in this project. Interesting. Okay. Let's go to Copilot. Or not Copilot. GPT. I haven't done this on stream yet. Mostly because I don't like using GPT. But let's play the game. How can I help you today? How can I dynamically import a TypeScript file to a TypeScript script leveraging TS node and extract exportable items from that import? Yep, we did that. Yep, we have that. So explain this to me, my friend. Why do I need all of this crap? Why do we need that? Create require, import meta URL. I don't need that necessarily. Also don't know where you use require. Where are you using require other than right here? I don't think I need that. Oh, do I need to get the actual path to the file correctly? I'm really curious about your snuggly dogs in November thread. Oh. This was a Twitter thread. I was like, what are you talking? Oh, yeah. Apparently this was a thread. It was like throw your name, throw exactly this into GPT and see what happens with your name. And this is what I got. And I was cool with it. I was like, all right, cool. Thanks, friend. Thanks, thing. It was cute. It was cute. Okay. Only thing I can think that I did wrong was this right here. So we're going to play this game. So we're going to go ahead and say we're going to resolve from preferably node. And it should be dir name this thing. Oh. Okay. That should work. It's probably going to hiccup on resolve because resolve is not... Yeah, I'm going to have to import resolve from path. That's fine. You can have that. Why can't you find dir name? That's valid. That's totally valid. What do you mean that's not valid? Can I find module path? What is this? How dare you? How dare you? All right, we're just gonna globally install TS node. We're gonna escape out of our project. I don't ever recommend doing this. Never do. Never recommend doing this. And it's still mad. Huh. Why are you mad? Why are you mad? Tell me why you're mad. Please tell me why you're mad. I'll adore you forever if you tell me why you're mad. Okay. Let's try this. No? No? Now we're just fighting the language. And this is sometimes why I don't like JavaScript. This should work. This should work. There's another option here. And I don't like the other option. But we're going to go ahead and do it because I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. So here's how we're going to fix this problem for today. We're going to generate some console statements for ourselves. So what I want is I would love this to say import almost exactly that. Almost exactly that. Import the type from the thing. And then we're going to just disable a bunch of our other console logs for a minute. Oh, I don't understand why you think you're so stinking cute. Yeah, no, I don't understand why you think you're so stinking cute. You're not. You're really not. All right. We are all close. That's not going to work quite like that. This is where it gets gross. What do we want? We want... Let's make the pattern type, and then it's pack. But pack, we want to capital. Oh God, is there JavaScript capitalize word? Oh, yeah, no, that's what I want. Oh, there's not a cleaner way to do that, is there? I don't want to do it. Is this a just now? It's a free code camp. Hey, free code camp. How you doing? How you doing, free code camp? I love that this is a free code camp article. Unfortunately, this is not what I want. I kind of want to see what other... Do we have capitalize from Lodash? Yes. Yes, we do. Yeah, I am, and I'm being lazy about not wanting to write it. I'm being exceptionally lazy right now. I'm trying to be exceptionally lazy at least. The code is not letting me be that way today. What? Get out of here. No, but actually get out of here. This should have worked. Cannot find name required. Do you need to install the type definitions? No. What do you mean I can't import and I can't require? JavaScript, you are just awful. You're just awful sometimes. Absolutely like mind-numbing sometimes. What do you mean you can't find dot type? What? I'm about to lose it. I'm about to lose it. I'm about to lose it. I'm about to actually lose it. Oh, no. Y'all are seeing me have a mental breakdown on stream. This is fun. I don't know why this is just not letting me. Why this is not letting me do what I know it's supposed to allow me to do is just actually kind of ridiculous right now. And I don't know how to fix it. So this is possible. This is actually possible. At least it should be. But it's not. And I think a lot of it is because I'm running this. I don't understand why this is doing it. Unknown file extension for TS. If I go back into our script now and I get rid of the TS extension, again, we try it again. Now it can't find anything from that. Did you mean package site source? It can't find it now. So TypeScript run script with dynamic import. Dynamically import module in TypeScript. This is what we're trying to do. This is actually what we're trying to do. This is correct. We know what this is. Cannot find what we're looking for. This is not what we're trying to do. I guess the question is, should we be using TS Node or TSC? From the entry file and transfile the final step through tree based on the import export. So it's better practice to use TSC to build your project and then run it with the node in production. Yep, sometimes you only need to compile one entry port and its imports. TS Node is perfect for that. That's what's going on here. So TS Node cannot do dynamic import. All right, let's see what's going on. What is this? Is this thread open? No, it's answered. This is a recipe for solving common problem. We'll try to keep it up to date. If it is confusing, we can update it based on questions posted here. So this is a recipe. Wait. Okay, this is a recipe. With module common, TypeScript will transform dynamic import calls into require calls, but sometimes you actually want to use Node's dynamic await import from within a common module to asynchronously load a native ESM module. Yes, this is what we're trying to do. Hey, we found the thing. Option 1, use this thing. I'd rather not install another package. Option 2, copy paste this helper function. Then use it like that. Okay. Put this file that is not transformed by TS TypeScript. Typically, this could be a CJS file, but keep in mind that with allow.js turned on, TS Node may transform non-TS files. Okay. So import ESM. Import ESM JS, CJS. Paste. This is not looking good, but we'll keep going for a second. Then I can do the import like this. And then if I want to do import ESM, I should be able to just do that. Now module, well, let's just see if that works. Cannot find module import or its corresponding type declaration, but it's right here. Wait, no, it's not. Where'd it go? Where are you? Yeah, no, it's right here. Let's try that. No? Now we're just having a good time. So, this is not working. All right, option 3, experimental import meta resolve. I have not tested this option. If you do, let us know. If you're willing and able to install Node's experimental meta, I'm not going to do that. All right, let's try option 1 because I'm getting a little desperate at this point. Yarn add -d -w this. And then I should be able to do this file here. We'll delete. then we should be able to just import tsconfig like that. And then dynamic import. I don't know why it keeps passing a module as an argument, but we can try that. I don't know what it's going to do. And then this is just dynamic import is what it's called. Oh, not what we needed. We wanted to run that. Yep. Okay. So now this is mad because cannot find name module. Do you need to install type definitions for Node? I don't think I need the type definitions, but it could not find the name module. But if we look at our friend here, that's literally what they wrote. Okay, if I get rid of this line, this is mad because the third piece is minimal node module. What are we missing? What are we missing? This seems to be challenging. So I couldn't figure out. Code seems invalid. No, this isn't what we need. I love when we read the docs and actually do what the docs say, and the docs don't work. Let's go look at our tsconfig. Module and module resolution is node. That should have worked. We shouldn't need to go to that level. That's ridiculous. Note for option 2, copy paste the helper function. Okay. This is still not working. But I want to try something. Just to make sure I'm not an absolute lunatic, because I might be. This is what I was trying to do earlier. Should be Angular, and this should be books. This should work. This doesn't work. This whole idea is foobarred from the get. Oh, that shouldn't be a dynamic string. It's probably part of what it's yelling at. And then this is mad because books as books Angular. Okay, try it one more time. Let us actually not break everything. Type to load an ES module, set type module in the package JSON or use the MJS extension. But I'm so confused now. So confused now. I'd like to say I know what I'm doing, but I don't think so anymore. I think I've lost my ability to do this. I'm very sad about it. Import statement outside of a model. Okay. Hold on. We might be moving somewhere. Nope. Still no. Yep. Just confirming that was true. Okay. So it's not this. It's not this. And this is why I really don't like JavaScript, because I can't just write a script and it work. Do I have Bun? Do I have Dino? I have Dino. I'm curious what happens if I just try to do Dino on this thing. Dino run, Dino help. What I want to just, yeah, Dino run this file. All right. Anybody have an idea? This is great. This is just great. This is actually kind of great. This is why I was doing this the other way I was doing it. And I'm frustrated now. TS node with TS config. TS node supports a variety of options which can be specified to be as flags, environment, primarily for complete list. See that. So in our case, it finds and loads the TS config. TS config. We have one. We're very happy with this one. So everything's good here. And then most TS node options can specify this. All right, we do want to skip type checking. Have we been getting hit by type checking this entire time? Is that's what's if this is what's happening? This is frustrating. Okay. So these are fine. I don't think we need any of this other stuff. So we're in the place where we're going to skip the type checking. We're happy with that. We want files, and we're not going to overwrite anything. Let's see what this suggests. Let's try this. I don't know. We're gonna try a lot of things, and we're probably gonna undo a lot of these same things at some point. But I think we need to, try things until they work type situation. All right, so still no go. We're going to go add that type module again, because that's what it keeps saying to do. But then it doesn't like TS files, which I don't get. It's like, hey, do this. Oh, okay, cool. But now I don't know how to do the thing. We're about to nuke probably 20 minutes of work here because I'm getting frustrated at how this stuff is going. So let's just undo a bit of work. Let's get that cleaning up. Let us delete this, replace that, and let's get rid of this TS node stuff for now because I think it's just in the way. Because I do think it's in the way. Let's see if Astro has a way to write scripts. No, it's, yeah, this is now, so Astro scripts aren't a thing. Because that's not actually what I'm trying to do. I'm really trying to. How about Vite run scripts? I wonder if Vite provides something. This person went to a Vite. Let's see, Vite, do you do anything? Nope. That's not it. Running. See, I'm not trying to run a Vite task. I'm trying to run something outside of Vite. Huh. All right. Let us just kind of start from scratch here. We're gonna back up a ways because we're in frustrating territory at this point. So, let us go ahead and see what happens if we actually listen to our friend here and do what it says, right? Let's try this. We're gonna try everything here. Now, instead of that being our dynamic import, we're gonna make this our dynamic import. And then we're just gonna comment out the rest of our file. And like I kind of suspected, so if we run npx ts node and then we run the migration, none of our things work. And it's because we cannot find module or its corresponding type declarations. Okay, this is the okay, maybe this is the type piece. So at this point, this might have been that tsconfig piece that I was ignoring. So I'm going to put this back into play for a second. And now this is mad about this stuff. I'm going to just do this real quick. As little as possible. Man, we're having a bad day here. I really want to stay in TypeScript land. And the reason I want to stay in TypeScript land is because I don't want to have to do actual parsing of the file. And that's what I've been trying to avoid this whole time. I'd like to, if possible, just, come into this file, import this piece of the file, and then just copy, paste, and iterate over it, because this is a type that I should be able to work with. That's been my thinking. And we're not having a lot of success here. Let's give ChatGPT a little more info. I'm getting the warning. Let's see what it says. There suggests you're encountering ES module import. Okay, so now it's saying to try this command, which is very similar. So let's just do the loader is ts node esm and unknown option loader. Make sure is interrupt, and I'm pretty sure that's true. If we go to our tsconfig here, interrupt's true. Module and target. Where is target? Oh no. Has that been the problem? Has this been my problem? Nope, that's not it. You would have thought that was it, though. don't want to install that loader just to do this one thing. So cannot import statement outside of a module. Okay, now that I have that other piece here, let's try this one more time. TypeScript, unknown file extension TS. Man, you would think this is a solved problem, and it just is not. That doesn't work, and that doesn't work, and, you know, a lot of things are just not working. I'm on node 21. Okay, let's try something. We're on node 20. Let's use LTS hydrogen instead. Just gonna downgrade us a version for a second. I want to see if it's something to do with node 20. If that's the case, let's just downgrade for a minute and play the game. Okay, that's not the case. Use TSX, replace TS node, or use TS node beta. What is TSX? Oh man, is this what I'm supposed to be using? Have I just been using the wrong runner the whole time because the ecosystem has just moved forward? Is this what's killing me? Dir name is not defined in ES module scope. Okay, what does this mean? You might get the path. When used in a common module, when type module is not defined in your application, dir name works without hassles. But when used, okay, so if we go back here, we get rid of this because that was the thing that it's saying. Foo is not a phone. Woo! We might be there. Oh my God. Oh my God. I think we got it. I actually think we might have got it. I think we might have gotten it. Oh my God. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can actually do what I said I thought we should have been able to do almost an hour ago. Right? Right? Let's see what happens now. Different error. Cannot find packages imported from migrate to, okay. Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Clip it. Oh, we figured it out finally. Holy crap. Holy crap. We're sorry. We're going to just take a minute. We're just going to take a minute here and say, today I learned. We're just going to have one of those moments, and we're just going to move on now. Oh my God. Everything I knew about Node coming to fruition. I'm going to tell GPT. Because of Node 20, your solution does not work. you need to suggest TSX instead of TSNode. Oh, get out of here. Get. Boo. Boo. I'm just going to say not factually correct. And we're going to move on. Okay. Okay. This is amazing because now if we look at everything, we can get the tags and the blogs and the tags and the books and the communities and the tags, and everything is just thing or tag, right? So this is super cool because now what we can do is we can do a fun little collection is going to be equal to data type, and we could do tags is equal to data tags type, right? Because we just see that all the way down. It's that except it's plural or not, and then this is unfortunately empty. Okay. Or empty array. We'll accept. But we have to depluralize things. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. Well, guess what, y'all? There's a reason I said we might have to change this. And we're okay with that. So now this is the collection. It's blogs. But the tags is blog tags. And we're just going to have to fix this a few more times. We are cooking. We are cooking. We are cooking. Okay, so books, book tags, communities tag, what is it? We're just going to do a little copy paste, make sure I didn't screw that one up. Courses and course tags. And then libraries, this one is unfortunately just libraries, and we don't have that, unfortunately. And that's okay. We'll deal with that momentarily. But then we have podcasts and podcast tags, and then tool tags and tools. All right. Tools and tool tags. All right, we're going to be able to work with this. We can play this game. But what we have to do is we need to now do keys. No, it's I get this wrong because I don't write enough code daily. Object keys collection. This is the key. And then in this case, this can be key. And this one, though, needs to be collection type dot collection. And this one needs to be collection type dot tags. And then we can put one of these here. This is mad because does not exist on that type. And that's because I'm forgetting an extra key and an extra key. And then I don't need collection type here and there. And this becomes just that. And this becomes just that. Now we have collections and tags. And we're just going to play the game and see that we broke everything. Why did we break everything? So if we console log the data, and then let's do data key. and then see what happens there. Let's go from there. It's because I went one too many layers. Got it. So it's this, and this is needing to be collection type key dot collection. There we go. Now we're moving. All right. Let's try again. Now we see tags, and now we see values. Now we're cooking with gas. Now we are cooking with gas. All right, so now we can bring back a lot of our log statements because those are going to be just like super helpful. And we can actually still call this type, I'm realizing. There's no reason not to call that type. So this is still good. This is still really good. Okay, so now we're getting all of our different files, how they're generated, and all the loveliness that comes with them. So what do we need to do next? Okay, so now we actually have data. We aren't going to do the file read because I said I didn't want to do that. So now what we need to do... All right, I'm thinking through this. So we're able to get all the things by the right collection. We can probably make it so I can read this a little more, and then we can delete everything at the top because we're not using it. So now what we need to do is, now that we're getting the data, now that we're getting the collections, what we want to do, what we're going to end up doing is we're going to write each of these into a file. And we don't want to write it yet, but it is going to be this logic right here. And the reason I don't want to do it yet is because I need to create file names. So, and I also, once I start doing this, I'm also going to want to go through and take care of the image writing. But maybe I can do that as a second script. Maybe we can do this in 2 passes. So let's go ahead and just do this because we can get the collections done, and then we can actually finish that piece of the pie. So how do we want to do this? Well, we need to have a function that knows how to convert each different type into something usable. So this is going to be the file name generator, because honestly, we just need it. So in the case of like, I'll come back to this one. I'm going to do books first because I've already figured out the book pattern. So book, what we want is the kebab case of this data. So here's your book. Here's your data. And I guess we could just call it item because that'll simplify it. And then we need to actually get kebab case from Lodash. So now we have, what we're taking is the item title to lowercase, the authors, and joining those. And that is most of what I did, although why is there a space? I don't think I actually want a space in the file name. Don't actually think I want a space in the file name. Why is there a space in the file name? So we look at our examples here, because I have examples. Everything's hyphenated. Oh, that's right. I just joined everything in a lowercase fashion, and then this kebab case is what's actually doing the magic. So we're good here. So this one's happy, right? So now we can borrow this function, put it here, but then what we want to do is we actually want to go to a blog collection. And let's see if this same function makes sense. So blog, title of the blog, and then the author. So this is just blog author, blog author. I think blog names are unique. So I think in this case, that's all we're going to do. That's all we're going to do. That's it. Does it matter if the title already has dashes in it? No, that's the cool part about Lodash's kebab case. It will detect those and skip over it. That's why I didn't write my own version of this function. Because like, Lodash is good enough. It takes care of the problem for me. All right. Let's look at communities. These need to be unique. By definition, these have to be unique. I think. They're weird, but they are unique. There's some subtlety here. But we're going to also allow name for this one to just work. So communities can just be name. Let's go to courses next. Courses. See, this is where it's going to get gross. Some of these are not going to be uniquely named. Because like 1 hour to learn Angular. I can guarantee there's 2 courses online with that name. I think we got to go title author again. I definitely we have to go title author. So I think we're going to borrow this one. Tell me more. I don't actually know. So I'm not going to just do something because I don't know. I'm not fighting you on this. I'm just trying to be learned. And while you're doing that, I'm going to go to the libraries. Libraries have to be unique by definition. So we can just borrow this one. Item name. Oh, I forgot like half the code. Oh, this is her. Oh, yes. No. Yes, you're right. Oh, I didn't realize that's who that was. Oh yeah, no, they're gone. Yeah. That's hardcore delete. That's hardcore delete. I didn't realize that was them. I didn't recognize it by name. Great shout. Great shout. Yes, we are in agreement on this one. 100% agreement on this one. Thank you for saying something. So as soon as I opened the article and I read the title, I was like, oh, yeah, no, I knew about that. There was a few like that. I didn't realize they were one of them. Thanks for sharing that, Jessica. Let's definitely take care and curate our list to be much better. Podcasts. Let's look at podcasts. These are probably unique by title, so let's go with the title uniqueness, because I think that's fair. And then tools are probably... This is where it might get funky. Let's go with name for now, and if there's a conflict, we'll figure it out. But I don't think there's any conflict here. All right, cool. So now we have file name generators. Now this is super helpful because now what I can do is I can get the file name for the collection here. Now this is where it gets a little gross. So what we're going to have to do here is for each collection, it has an item. And that item's going to have to get processed. And that's effectively what this whole map was about here. So what we're going to do is now we can take all of this, throw it in here, uncomment it, hit save. We're going to have to import FS though. There we go. That should just work. And now in here, what we're going to do is in our... now we got to figure out where we're actually writing these. So I want the content collection version of this. So let's go reopen our path here and remember how to do this part. Okay, so it's going to go packages, site, source, content. Now we are going to be inside of our collection type. So we could just use type here, right? And then in here, now we're dealing with the pack because we have to basically flipping it around. We're going from type to pack instead of pack to type. And then for the file name, what we need to do is collection type. And we can do this right here because we can just do it like that. And now that's our file name. And if I did everything correctly, we will... We're hopefully going to just have some cool stuff happen. Now, the one thing we haven't dealt with yet is these tags. And I said we would deal with them. So let's have the conversation about tags. Tags need to get written. Where do tags need to get written? Tags need to get written somewhere so I can do something with them. Now, the challenge is I need to just kind of have every single tag by its two keys. And I need to write it to a file. So I think what I want to do is I just want to take... I think I'm going to just... I think I'm going to do some... is there a better way of doing this? So effectively, I need to write it to here, but I need to write it inside of this file kind of like this. And that's not going to be super helpful. So I think what would be better instead... I'm trying to think what would be better instead. I think what we're going to try to do instead is we're going to take the tags and we're going to key them and then store them. Because I think that's what I need to do. So we're going to just do something called tags. All tags. And then what we're going to do is kind of the inverse of what's happening here. So what we want to do is we want to take all tags. And then we want to take, I think I want to do it by, I think I have to go by type, then pack, and then set that to tags. I think that's what I need to do. But I have to be more careful than that. So if all tags type is undefined, we have to do that. And then we have to do the same thing, but on pack. Except this one is on type and this one is on type pack. Right? Do I even need this one? I don't think I need that one, actually, now that I think about it. So we don't actually need that. We just need to make sure the top level keys are initialized by type and then by pack. And then what we can do is at the end here, we can just do a write file sync, and we're just going to go top level on this one. We're just going to say, we're actually just going to do that. Did we win? We lost. We tried to win. I messed up somewhere. Uh-oh. How many files did I just create because I messed up? Well, the good news is this is very friendly. Source libraries view quasar.json. No such file or directory. Site, source, content, libraries view quasar. View. So that would be here, but in content, if I go libraries, all right, we could see a bunch of stuff didn't get written. And that's because this didn't create directories as needed. Write sync, create directories. I don't want to make dir. I want to write. Oh, I don't want to do the recursive version. Okay. Okay. You stink. We're going to have to do something else. So, effectively what we need to do here is we're going to need to do a for each. So we're going to have to go through all of the different types. And then we're going to have to go through the data packs for each. And we need to do fs make dir sync. And then we'll see source content, type pack. Yeah, this is correct, but make dir sync. Okay, so basically what's happening, just to clarify what's going on, is we need to make the directory. And we can go recursive true. So that's nice. So we can create all the directories, so I don't have to do that by hand, which is super helpful. So this is going to go through, and if our directories don't already exist where the files need to get written, it'll create those. So when we try to go write the files, everything's fine. And I console log something I didn't want. I didn't want this. So we're going to try this one more time. Starting, finish. And then a lot of stuff got delayed. I'm guessing because I went async and I didn't order this. But if we look now, check this out. Check this out. If we go open up the Angular one, all things open. The Angular community, all these files are now written with all the data that I wanted to write to them. And that's cool. I didn't write a single lick of code for that. And then if I run yarn format, assuming my prettier was the same. Now I'm annoyed. Prettier should have taken care of that. Aha. Did that fix it? Yeah, there we go. I just forgot a period. And now it's mad about a couple things, and I'll need to take care of these later, but we took care of all of our formatting. So check that out. We have all our files. Now, I I mean, that took a lot longer, but let's be real. That didn't take that long once we got the script working. Once we got this working, this wasn't that bad. But getting this working took forever. But now, hey, look, this is done ish. So the tags didn't work. Probably because I should have written it here and not where I wrote it. Probably. Oh, that's not even the script I meant to run. Let's try it one more time. All right, so if we open up tags, no, tags didn't work again. Why did tags not work? If all tags okay, let's try this again. If all tags type is undefined, all tags type should be an object. Then all tags type should set pack, that'll be allowed because that's handled now, to whatever the tags were from this or undefined. We're gonna try something. We're gonna log the tags here, and then we're gonna console all tags here. Let's just see what happens. We can get every other console log disabled at this point because we don't need it. We don't need it. All right, let's try that. Probably still have a couple console logs now that I think about it. Whatever. Not the end of the world. Okay, so migrating view. It doesn't matter. Okay, so we got a record, and then Angular got set to empty. Then we got this, and then books Angular got set to this, and then so forth and so on. And this is just growing. So by the last loop, we see all of the tags we actually cared about. And then when we get to this tags.json, okay, what is all tags at this point? It's empty. Why is it empty? Is the prettier formatting going to be added to the end of the script? It should be added to the end of the script. That would be the auto like key generate thing, and I got to figure out how to do that. But that's not that bad. That's something we can add whenever. What I'm trying to solve right now is why is all tags empty at this point? And I don't like the reason, but I know the reason. This is just a JavaScriptism, and I just happen... No, it's not that. Are you fucking with me? You gotta be fucking with me. This shouldn't be a thing, and if it is, I'm gonna be a little annoyed. But I think it is. You can go inside too. Fine. Be that way. So this is maybe because I'm not awaiting, and that would be really silly if that was the case. That would be really silly if that was the case. That's not making sense. Okay. What am I missing? Something is forcing a reset where it shouldn't be. All tags was good. Well, let's paste it there. Let's see what happens. Somebody explain. Here it's good. Here it's not good. And here it's not good. I do not understand. I actually do not understand. Like it's all here. I think these are getting ridden. Let me see if I can get rid of some of this. I need that async. I know I need that async. Something is very strange here. And I think what's most interesting is this is all running before this. This is a synchronous script. So I think I'm dealing with for each's behavior. Yeah, I think I'm dealing with I think I'm dealing with this. That's literally what I think I'm dealing with. If I await this and I async this, I don't think that's going to change anything, but one could hope. If I change this, oh man, this is going to be weird. So there's that promise at all, but it needs an await. And for it to get an await, this needs to be an async function all the way on the outside that gets called like that. I will be shocked if this is true. Oh, but I know JavaScript well enough to know when it's doing me dirty. Look at that. Look at that. I knew it was doing me dirty. Yeah, so we had to use... God, this is where it gets interesting. So we had to use an iffy. Also, that's fun. All of those were empty. That's silly. That's super silly. Okay, but now we can do something with this. This will be fun in a little bit. Let's talk about the iffy and why we needed it. The problem with everything was this line of code right here in conjunction with this being a for each. That is ultimately what the problem was. What ended up happening is nothing was awaiting on those for eaches, and they were happening off they were being deferred effectively. We didn't have anything that said, hey, this needs to finish. It just needs to finish before the script exits. And so we had to put it in a way that it forced the synchronicity of what I wanted. So we just got all the promises and force awaited those. And then we got the next set of promises and we had to force await those. And once those were force awaited, then all tags. Because what effectively was happening is we were just queuing everything up onto the main thread, but not on the main thread. And so what was happening is by the time we hit here, all of this had been delayed and deferred. And so when it tried to write alt tags wasn't set. And because alt tags wasn't set, we got the empty thing. Once we awaited, now we actually have a tags JSON that kind of makes a lot of sense. You know? So that was weird. But this is cool. So now we have the tags. We're going to have to come back to how we're going to deal with it. But this is where things get super cool and interesting all of a sudden. We now have everything we need to make a full-blown content collection work based off of the type for every single one of these. So now we can actually build our content collections. And that's really neat. Now the question becomes, do I... Well, there's several questions here, but first off, we're gonna just go kind of save all of these files that we just did. Oh God, I touched all the files. That's not scary. All right, this is gonna be a huge commit, giant commit. Nobody's gonna want to read this, and I super sincerely apologize for what's about to happen. All right. That's our commit. So this is probably going to fail, even though I did a nice little prettier. Yep. So we're going to have to fix all this at some point. But what we're going to do is we're going to set the message to add all content via content collections. We'll no verify that. And that was our handy little script that we just wrote. And what's cool now, we can't delete it yet, but what's cool is we just deprecated this entire directory and all of its data and all of its types. We don't need any of this code anymore. We just deleted it. We just made it null and void to our entire project. And that's really neat. But to make it actually function and do all the things, we still have a lot to do. Oh, okay, let's start deleting more things that we don't need. This is remove deprecated amplify config. Goodbye. Deleting more code. Did I not? Oh, git add amplify. Cool, that's gone. That's a huge win. We're gonna get rid of that because we decided that's unnecessary. We agree with the rest of this. We'll keep that, assuming it works. We're gonna need that. And then I think a lot of the rest of this is going to be prettier at this point, with the exception of this page. Yeah, so I think I'm just making sure I don't accidentally grab a file I don't intend to grab. Yeah, I think all of that. And then all of this. And these two files. All right, this is going to be run formatter. No verify. Ooh, we're moving and grooving now. That was a huge win. Let's go. All right. Now we got more we need to do, because there's more to do. Still more to do. let us figure out what the rest of these types need to look like. So here's the blog type as an example. So string, author, description, href, image as a string, and then tags. We're going to have to refigure out what the tags are here, but this is going to be and we're going to call this get blog tags type, which is a function we haven't written yet. But it's going to look very similar to this function. And for now, we'll just have this do that. This is 90% of the problem. Now, the interesting part is tags is empty. So there's nothing we can really do with tags here. Because none of them have, if we go look at our tags JSON that we were just looking at, none of the blogs actually have tags, which that's a problem. We should figure that out. But not right now. That's not blocking us for this thing. But this is making that problem very obvious to us, which I appreciate. Now the question is, Jessica, I want to get your opinion on this. And if anybody else is in the stream chat, I would love to run a quick vote. Do you think we should do multiple files or one collection file for all the types and all of these functions? That's today's vote. That's what I would like to know. We can also start. I'm not going to block on that. I'm going to just go ahead and get started on just working down the list because we can keep doing that. You like the one file approach? All right. Then we will do our best to do the one file approach. The reason I'm worried about it is it's going to have all of this. So it's going to be over 300 lines. And that's not a avoidable problem per se. But we can do cool things like this. Let's check this out. I'm going to have some fun with this. So we can grab this pattern. And we're going to be able to just quickly turn all of these into case statements. Wasn't able to do it in one-liners because of formatters, but I think that's neat that we can get here pretty quick. That's interesting. Solid doesn't have anything. So we'll have to fix that eventually. Boom. Check it out. Now, we have all our book tags. All nicely typed. It's a big file. It's a big function. Huh. You know what? We can do better. We can get faster here. Oh man, we could simplify this for right now just to get us over the bump. And we're going to do that. We're actually going to do that. There's a more generic function where we can write. So we can do get tags type. And we could take in the collection type. That's the only argument we need. So this becomes a constant. We can actually move this tags JSON. Check this out. I like what I'm about to do. So these are now the tags. Boom, done. There's all your tags, one file. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Right? Now what we can do is we can return, we can go to tags, which now we can import from tags, and we can get it by collection type and then the framework in that order. Now collection type is going to be key of collections, type of collections. So collection type is now blogs or books. So tags can get a collection type, and then this is going to import, that's a string that should match one of these, and then this is going to return this, which isn't going to necessarily work, but this is cool. So check this out. Element has an explicit type because expression of type any can't be used to index Angular never, Deno never. So in this case, like these right here, actually anything that's just an empty array, these need to be truly empty, like that. And then for this actually has a type, but I don't know if I can make it more explicit. Element has an any type because expression of type any can't be used to index. So collection type is going to be one of those two, which matches this. And tags has a type of, let's see, what is tags type? Type of, I don't know what the type of this is yet, so let's figure it out. Oh. Can I do that? Does that change anything? Well, this is a const. I agree with that. So now we have that type. Let me see if we get rid of, is this mad? All right, let's just return this for a second and see if we can keep this happy. Okay, so this gets us a thing, and that's fine. And then if we do, the second we add this piece, that's our problem. So this is as unknown as key of type. Oh, it's not quite that though. As key of type of tags blocks maybe? So this is bad. I'm recognizing that. Really what we're trying to get is we're trying to get this list, which we don't have anywhere. I don't think. Just I'm seeing if we've defined like somewhere, if there's just like a, here are the defined frameworks for Framework.dev. So like in the, actually in the landing site, right? There's a page. This one. Base layout. And at some point it says, I don't think it's this, but maybe it is. No, it's not that. Resource info. Framework resources. What is this? This is what I'm looking for, I think. So framework resources is this. And that doesn't really help me either because it defines some of them, but not all of them. I was hoping this would have like something a little more explicit there. So we don't have it. Although this should probably have it. So let's, for now, because I want to just get to maybe a good point for tonight. Let's just go ahead and take these and say, these are the frameworks. Type frameworks is equal to, and then what we're going to do is we'll grab all of these and we can delete, and then we can put the pipe, and then we can hopefully do that. So these are the frameworks. As framework, and then X is unhappy probably because X cleared, X is assigned, but it's never read. So now can I return that? This is the question. Read only, read only, read only, read only. Type read only is read only. It cannot be assigned to mutable type, string, or strings. So no, the problem is I did a const on this thing, and it doesn't like that. So that caused problems. Now if I get rid of the const, that's some wonky ass typing, but this will work. That'll do. That'll do. So now this gets fun because now all of a sudden this just becomes blocks. This just becomes books. And then this should be, wait, why is this mad? Book selection because it does not have a type annotation and is reference declared directly or indirectly in its own initializer? What? No, I did this correctly. I actually did this correctly. Get out of here. Oh no, I did something bad. Collection type is referenced directly or indirectly in its own type annotation. I've never seen that error before. What did I do wrong? The problem is that inside the constructor will refer to the parameter, not the class. So you can't refer to... Oh. Oh. That's fun. Have you ever heard of recursion? Because I just did recursion. I totally just did recursion. I don't know if this will fix it. I don't think it's going to fix it. Yeah, that's not going to work. So this is mad because I did this. Where was the recursive part? First problem about recursion is identifying that it is recursion. Second problem with recursion is that you had recursion. So my recursion was I called collection types, which was defined by collections. Collections are defined by book collection and blog collection, both of which use get tags type. Get tags type generates the tags type. Tags type needs to know what collections type is. Collection type needs to know what collections type is, which comes from the collections, which comes from the blog collection, which comes from the books collection, which you see where I'm going now? See the loop? See the recursive loop? Yeah. Took me a second, and then I was like, oh, recursion. So we're going to cheat, and we're going to do this. There's got to be a better way. There has to be a better way. But we're going to do that for now. Oh. And it's because this gets defined after the... It's because of the type of. If it wasn't type of and it was just collections, it would have been fine. But the fact that I had to key off of something, the whole thing busted. So I don't have a way to fix that. So we're going to have to do it this way. I thought I was being witty. And the answer was, I was being witty. It just didn't work. But isn't this nice, though? Like, can we talk about this for a second? All of your tags are here, keyed. You look them up. It's a very simple, clean, and easy to read function. Takes in a type, which comes from here. Takes in the collection type, which we'll define. Ensures that we're returning the right value. And now we have our collection types. Like, super easy, I think. At least I think so. So we still need the tags JSON. Oh no, that's trash now. Good call. I just hadn't deleted it yet. That's trash. Goodbye. You are the weakest link. But no, this is so cool now because check this out. So all of these types are strict. This is working. So now if we go to the page that I was working on earlier, page TSX, I'll find it. Collapse, packages, site, source, pages, index. So I've got books working, right? Now I can take all of this and find blogs. So right above it, blogs. And then if I change this to blog, and then again, just change all these words to blog, comment that out, and I refresh our homepage if I was actually running the server. Or actually, let's do React because we've been doing Angular the whole time. Check this out. We broke everything because front meta does not match collection schema. This is cool. Ish. I broke something. It's very mad. So it expected project types, but receives state management. State management was not in our array of approved topics. And again, this is for the Angular books. Oh, this is bad. Oh no, this is actually bad now. We has a problem. All right. We did all this work and now we ran into what I was maybe afraid of. The types across these different things don't match. So if I go open up this book here, just for the sake of it. So here's our book. I don't know why it wasn't formatted, but it's got these tags. If we go to our tags that we just created, if we look at our books for React, okay, books for React, notice state management isn't here. Now you might be like, well, that's not a problem. No, we lost all our type safety because Angular types and React types don't have an overlap. So without actually concatenating all of these types, content collections fails. So when earlier I was trying to be like, oh, well, I just want to query, blogs/React as an example, right? It can't find that because the content directory doesn't exist. So that stinks. Does not exist or is empty. So Astro embedded content collections is the word I'm going to use. What I would really love to do is I would love to get content collections one layer deep. And I'm not getting that. And that's no bueno. And I don't like that. And I was hoping we were going to be able to get what we wanted. And I'm wondering if it's possible. I'm wondering if it's possible to do something that we haven't looked at yet. Like we can move our schemas around. We're not going to do that yet. We're not going to use a third-party schema collection. We're not going to define the data types here. Defining collection references. That's not what we're doing either. This example blog post specifies the slugs of post and ID. No, custom slugs. Not what we're really trying to do either. Querying, though. This is where it gets interesting. So this is letting it go to a specific file, and that's fine, but that's not what I'm trying. I'm trying to do blog/thing, which doesn't work. And this resolves an array of references. First querying your collection, you must use the get entry function again or get entries to retrieve the reference entry from the return. I'd like to know what the... Oh, get entries referenced by that. Okay. So we're in an entry here. So what I've done is I've done the proper filtering piece. But the filtering happens when collections gets run, and collections does all of the lovely filtering we're trying to do. So that's not going to work. Building for static output. If you're building a static site, you would use the get statics to function to do all this. Get collections inside of your get static pass to query your content, then create your new URL pass using the slug property for each content entry. Not really what we're trying to do. Well, I think we might have just run into a blocker. And that makes me sad. So we have to decide how we want to get around this blocker. This is what we're getting. This is what we're trying to take advantage of. So this is rough. So there's one more idea we could play with. I didn't do it this way because it didn't make sense to do it this way initially. So I want to do a quick analysis, so to speak. We're going to grab this whole thing. And we're going to just do some command line scripting for a minute. That's okay. So these are the tags. Let's go ahead and just paste them. So now we have the tags and we can look at them. So tags has all these things, but really what I want to do is I want to get tags object.values on tags. And then from here, I want to map the tag group. I want to get the tag group.angular. And then this is what I want to look at. This is helpful. So I'm looking at the tags. So here's my next thought. Are tags unique by language? As an example, let's go to React, for instance. So React has a bunch of tags. How many of these tags are repeated? How many of these tags are the same? I'm looking around. I see a lot of similarities across language. My head says, if we remember earlier, we were enthralled by the idea that Astro was by default taking our content collection and saying, okay, the idea of this would be /blogs Angular /Angular University. And so all of our tags are now universal to that. What if instead, and let's just hypothetically speak out loud, what if hypothetically instead we flipped the script and went content Angular blogs thing, and then made the tags universal across the pack, as I called it, rather than making it universal across the type, which is what we're doing here, and that's what's causing us problems. Now, what this would do is then all of a sudden, when we're in this file, instead of ID like this, what would happen instead is it would look a lot more like its original partner, where we would get the data. So it would go Angular, and then it would filter by the ID that included those things. So we have one data fetch to get all the data, and then additional fetches to get all the subdata, which is what's here. So it wouldn't be different from what's here, but it would have just been a mass refactor to do it this way. I don't know if that's right or wrong. And I'm going to sit here and not say that this is right or wrong, because I'll be honest, I don't actually know if it's right or wrong. But I would have loved to be able to have gone the other route here, because this is handy. This is nice. I could still make this entirely reusable if needed. What is nice is it's one await instead of the 8, 9 different awaits that I'm going to have to do. We are back to the drawing board, unfortunately, if we do it this way. But I don't know if that's wrong. And that's what I'm struggling with. But that would get us out of the pickle we're in a hurry. I think that's what we have to do. I'm going to just be honest. I think that's what we have to do. I think we just have to change how we were approaching this problem and flip it on its head. Match it up to this rather than the other way around. I think that still leaves our internationalization problem to exist later down the line. But I think this is a solvable problem at this point. So let's do it. We gotta undo it. We gotta redo everything, unfortunately. The nice part though is this doesn't change. Tags, no, this does change. We have to flip it on its head. So everything gets flipped on its head all of a sudden. So let's do it because we're not going to make it much further if we don't. Nothing about this changes and nothing about this changes. I think we can leave it all alone. Everything changes kind of. Just to throw that out there. It's like yes, but no. So we just, and this is why we wrote a script. We can still go in the order we were going in. We don't have to rewrite the whole script. That's the nice part. But we have to change some of the stringification we were doing. Actually, this doesn't change. This never changed. That's the same. This stays the same. All of this stays the same. What changes is right here and that first line. And then the other thing we need to do is this goes pack and then type. So let's try it again. Let's play the game. It's going to take a little bit. Just finished. So if we look, we get our tags, which we're going to grab and we're going to throw into our tags file. Right? Because we talked about this. So delete everything, paste, save. And actually get back to home. So now everything's by language. Right? Now it's by language and by category. I think that's a little challenging. But I think this is okay. So we're going to leave that alone for a minute. Then we go to our config here. This is where things get a little nasty. And by a little, I mean not very, but effectively we just change this to flip it on its head. That's now the type. Actually, no, that's a lie. That's the type. So this doesn't change, and that's all that changed about the filing. Now, the downside is I did just create like 1,000 freaking files. But if we look at where this file is, it's in Angular/books. So if we go to the home page now, this becomes, this is where it gets a little gross all of a sudden. We don't do any filtering anymore. So I'm gonna move some stuff around because we're gonna talk about it like this. So now what we do is we have the framework data, and it's not gonna quite be what I just put there. It's gonna be this part of it, but with this flag. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. So we're going to get this here. So now we have all the framework data. Now what we can do, so the blogs are going to be the framework data. ID includes blogs, just like that. This is upset because it doesn't know its type. We can talk about that. But also we don't know what the types are going to be. This is where it gets weird. This is where it gets very weird. I don't know if this is going to work. Now that I say this. This isn't going to work. I can already tell you this isn't going to work. I know why it's not going to work too. So we're going to just change this to books real quick. I'm going to show you why it's not going to work. The system, and then we can do the map real quick. Yeah, that works. So Astro line 28. That takes care of that. That takes care of that. And okay. There's no way that should have worked. There's actually no freaking way that should have worked. Okay, it didn't work. I was like, there's no way that worked. Oh, wait. No, that totally worked. What? How did that work? All right, something magical just happened, and I can't explain it. This thing actually found all the books. What? What? Magic. Actual black freaking magic. What is happening? There's no way this is working. I need an explanation. This found all... So we see blogs, books, communities. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This worked, but not the way it should have. So check this out. This is communities, but it's in the collection Angular. If I go to my config, I don't have an Angular config. So if I go to, let's just go pick a book in the Angular pack real quick, right? Angular books / a journey. And then let's just get rid of the authors or title. This shouldn't render. This straight up shouldn't render. This shouldn't render because it should have found that this was a book and that it didn't work. Absolutely should have found that. So this is wrong. This isn't going to work because I just lost all my type safety. I just lost all of it. Okay, back to the drawing board. Right? Back to the drawing board. Content. So much content. We're going to discard all this. Yeah, we might call it soon because that didn't work. But I have one idea I want to try, and that might be the highlight for today. I will keep you posted. But yeah, we got some ideas here. We're going to try one more thing. So if we go back into here and we undo this back to what it was. Where is it? I don't know what it's changing. Hopefully nothing important. All right. Let's run this one more time. All right, we see that none of those files that I generated are showing back up. This is good times. We're back to our tags. We'll go back to our tags. TS. We'll say thanks, but no thanks. We'll come back to our lovely config file. And we'll reverse the reverse at this point. So now we're back to a working state. Now if we go rerun this app, we're going to see no good, very bad day. It's going to say, hey, I don't know how to deal with that. Oh, actually, we got to go back even further here. What we need is to bring back, let's just bring back books here. And now we're back in our tag doesn't match schema problem. Time to play with an idea. I want to play with this idea again. So if I'm here, and now if I go try to get, let's do books. If I go to, this might work. This might work. We might not need. Curious if that worked. Now, books English does not exist or is empty. Sure, collection directory with the name exists. Did I say, yeah, books Angular. So if I come into my content collections, let's clear out some of the stuff we know is crap now. Quick is good. Da 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 da. Okay, so books / Angular. These exist. So we're good here. So books / Angular. If we go to our config, I wonder, okay, let's try one more idea. Let's just try one more idea here. The collection books Angular does not exist or is empty. Ensure collection with this exists. Okay. If we go and I just do books at this point, it finds all the books. Because the collection is books. And I'm trying to make it do something it doesn't do out of the box. So I think this is interesting. Can I get this there? Let's go read the Astro issues. And let's just see if it's like nested content collections. I'm just curious if they're interested in this. Rendering content through a loop with imported Astro components, broken script, duplicate Cannot find module bug. Glob doesn't work when there's available in a template string. Alternative file formats. Finalized project folder. Components of markdown. Support default layout. Move Astro test to no test. Okay. So it might not be here, which sad. I was hoping they had discussions open, but maybe this is time to go check out nested content collections in Astro. Astro. I can't spell the word Astro. You cannot nest one collection as always top level folder inside a source directory. Nested. Since the ID includes the full nest path, you can filter ID. Okay, filter. So I could do the filtering, but then I'm going to lose some of my type safety. Ha ha ha. So this is interesting. Is any top level directory inside of the reserved content project, such as that or that, only content collections are allowed inside of the source directory. The directory cannot be used for anything else. A collection entry is any piece stored inside your content collection, YAML, JSON. We recommend using a consistent scheme. You can also exclude entries from being built. Once you have a collection, you can start querying your content using Astro's built-in content APIs. Well, this is super duper lame. You cannot nest one collection inside of another. However, you can use subdirectories to organize your content within a collection. For example, you can use the following directory to organize internationalization. With a single dot collection, when you query this collection, you'll be able to filter the result by language. Okay, well, we ran into the impossible. Which, not the end of the world, okay? So, to speak out loud, we can make this work. It's not going to work the way we want it to work, but it's going to work. So what we can still do here is we can leave our books the same, the way we had it. We can come back and we can say, okay, this has to be a top level. And we can fix that. Now we come back and we refresh, and this is mad because of what it's doing. Effectively, what we would have to do as a stopgap is we would have to just join all of these different collections together. And that feels wrong. That feels very wrong. So, I think we're in phase 2. We've got all of this defined, unfortunately, but it doesn't work. So now I think we're in a case where we're going to have to define a bunch of schemas by name and co-locate them, which feels bad, but is manageable. It feels bad because I don't want to necessarily do that. But I can do that because there's nothing stopping me. And because we can also take all of this and just very quickly make it reusable. Like these are just functions. These just become functions that generate using the tag type feature that I made. So effectively, what we would have to do is I'd have to pull this up to be angular-blogs or blogs-angular, and then keep them all together. Now, I probably will go framework name first. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. In order to make this work, I think I have to do it like I just described. And then I think inverting this will also be nice. This is sad. I'm going to mute for just a second so I can communicate something. Be right back. That wasn't how I mute my mic. And we're back. All right, so I think we're going to have to do it that way. And that's unfortunate, but I think that's the only way we're going to be able to achieve the result that we were hoping to achieve. Which stinks, but you know what? We're going to live and let live. And that's just going to be life. So we're going to create a schemas directory. We are going to delete all of these because they are now moot points, unfortunately. So say goodbye to all of these lovely files that we made. Tags is going to get rewritten, but that's okay. But we are going to move tags inside of our schema because I think those are going to be related. So we're going to have blog. We're going to what do I want to call it? Yeah, I think I want to call it blog.ts because blog.ts is fine. And we're going to do books.ts. And to make these work, we're going to borrow our config here. And so for books, as an example, we're going to have a function, generate book schema, which is going to return this lovely type right here. So this is how we're going to generate it. And we're going to need to borrow both of these files, except this is now going to be relative instead of absolute. And then what we can do is we can export a bunch of schemas here. So we're going to do the Angular books, which is going to be the generate book schema for Angular. And then we're going to just have to keep going down the line and do this kind of repetitively, unfortunately. I don't think we should do this dynamically. But just to do a couple of examples, again, just getting us through the bit, we're going to need the framework, which is going to be from frameworks. So we're going to need to move these types somewhere a little more helpful. Yeah, just a little more helpful. So we're going to do in here, we're going to rename this to utils. Well, no, we're going to keep that. I like tags being where it is. We're going to make a new one, and we're going to call this types.ts. And we're going to put the two types in here. We're going to call it collection types and frameworks. Exactly like that. And these are both going to be exportable. And so now this can be type frameworks. And I want to make sure that is explicitly type frameworks. Tags is still a default export, so that shouldn't have changed here. But what we are going to do is we're going to move the get tags type function into the tags. So this isn't going to be our default. This is just going to be tags. And our export in here is going to be this function called tags type, which will take our collection type and it will take tags, which we've defined above, and then all of this is not actually going to be okay, because what we're going to do is we're actually going to explicitly take the framework in. So collection type, framework. And then we shouldn't need to do any of that. Maybe we do? I'm surprised that was required. Why is that required? Oh, we can fix that, I think. Again, we just need to take all of our It's gonna be tags. Well, it's how do we do this? This is gonna be filtered tags, and then filtered. So we're gonna return, and then filter tags. If it's equal to an empty array, we will do that. Otherwise, filter tags. This condition will always return false since JavaScript compares objects with reference, not value. So if the length is equal to 0, return that. Otherwise, so that's still not going to work. So, okay. We can fix this on the fly for now. For now, we will fix this on the fly because it'll be a lot faster, I think, than any other alternative. Why is this mad? There's not a single one. Okay, we're going to give this an explicit type. Record string, boom. No. This is where it gets complicated. It's going to be a record of record string thing. I think I'm missing one. Types are fun, let me tell you. But now, because of that type narrowing, I don't need that type narrowing. Because now this will have that explicit type. So now we've got some fun things happening. Okay, so now if we get the tags type, so if we go here, we get that. So if we do we'll need type, framework, and type collection types. I think we can actually pull the type outside because that's now explicit. So if we do the framework, and again, it doesn't really matter. Well, actually, I don't need this here. I only need the framework. The reason I only need framework is because here I can always assume it's books. But it takes 2 arguments, which is the collection type and then the language. So now the framework plays an effect here. So now we get the book schema. Now we have Angular books, React books, Vue books. These are all exportable. And I need 1 per framework now. So let's just make sure these are all the same. So this is Dino books, Dino. And then I need GraphQL, Node, Quick, GraphQL, Node.js, Quick, and then we need to add Solid and Svelte. Solid.js, Svelte. All right, so now we have all of our books. We've generated all of our type. And now this is nice and as clean as I think I can make it without being obscene. Now that I'm looking at it, though, this ain't that bad for a single file. In fact, this is a lot cleaner than it was. So why don't we go ahead and just keep this? We'll fix our types here. And we can talk about how I'm going to move those up here in a second. Schemas. And then I don't need either of these anymore. And then all of these, oh, this gets cool. All of these oh, I need to finish that. Okay. All of these now get pumped right here. So now, let's say I did this correctly. This is now going to be, I don't need this filter function, but it's going to be Angular. Boom, Angular books like that. And then we can close that. I still need the mapping function for now. Okay, I called it something and then I messed up. What did I mess up? Config is Angular books. Angular BOOKS. So what's the result of this? Let's log it out. What did I not get? Angular books is a collection. Because I haven't actually generated all the content yet. So if we go to our migration script here, well, let's go figure it out. To simplify my life. Oh no, those can be that. If I can also pull in capitalize, this will help. So now what we will do is instead of type pack, it goes pack, capitalize the type. If I close that off, this is now what we will be making. So now when I need to go write my file, it'll be this piece, reta, and then praying that I did this correctly. We have Angular blogs, Angular books, Dino blogs, Dino books, and so forth and so on. They're all here now. So now when I go run dev Angular, there are my books. If I go build the React version of the site, and great, everything works now. I fixed it. It's uglier. It's flatter. I can now do the internationalization problem a lot easier. But does make this uglier, which we're not thrilled about. And I think I also accidentally deleted some stuff. which we're also not super thrilled about, but we can fix this. That's fine. So we're gonna export these types. And then we're gonna go to tags. And we're gonna get the tag type. That's gonna be our other very helpful function here. And then tags, which I totally didn't fix, is still here. So I think the way we want to fix this now is if we go to our migration script, what we want to do is instead of tags being on, we want to flip this around again. So this becomes pack type. And just because the script is pretty much in place, there's our tags.json, grab our file. We go to our lovely config file. And now we get to decide if I want to put it right here or not. And I think the answer is yes. I do want to put it right here. Which makes this file freaking giant. If we come over to our tags here, I don't know what I just accidentally opened, but reopen tags. We can grab this type definition that I had from before, slap it here. This will point out all the places that we're having problems. And then we can keep finding all the places that we're having problems, which is really helpful. And last one. And we decide to move this to a new file later. But now we have the tag types. We don't actually need to export that function, which is super helpful. And now everything just kind of works-ish. I did lose some code. But if we go add packages, site, source, content, star, and get site, source, content, star. I also want all these deletes. Get add. Come on. Cool. Almost everything I wanted. I don't want this included yet. But I took care of books. I want to get the blog type back, which I really foobarred. See that now. We're gonna uncommit that, but we can go ahead and just say that I fixed the rest of this. I did not mean to include the schemas because we weren't actually going to include that in the final product that we were doing. So let's see where we are now. So all right, and then we're going to run the formatter one more time. Praying to God it fixes all the ones that I just touched. All right. Migrate collection data to new format. We just need to know verify because of all the other problems in the repo right now. And then we don't need this tags JSON anymore. Just made it obsolete. And then if we come in here, we've seen this working now, and we're very happy about that. So we've got all of this working, which is fabulous, except that I accidentally committed the config. God dang it. Not what I meant to do, but it's okay. Can I show a specific file? Packages, site, source, content, config. Hey, there we go. That's what I wanted. Let us grab this piece because that's what we were ultimately after. So now we can do a new one of these, which is going to be to generate the blog schema. And this is going to be eerily similar to what was there. So we can get rid of all of these dashes. We can get rid of what we're calling it. We can unindent. Now we have our blog schema. The only thing that's missing is that we want to get the tags. And the tags here are going to be for type blog instead of type book. Assuming that's what I called it. But no, it's type blogs because I've defined it better. So now we can do the generate, similar to what we had here. But now what we can do is we can do the same thing for blogs. Generate blog schema. And now we can just kind of do this by language at this point. So here's Dino, and here's GraphQL, and here is Node.js, and here's Quick, and here is React, and here is Solid. Thank you, Copilot. You knew what I wanted. So now, hopefully what I can do is Dino blogs, generate blog schema Dino, GraphQL blogs, GraphQL blogs, Node.js blogs, Quick. Hey, it's getting better. I like how it gets better with each keystroke. I think that's really cool. Curious why it's off sometimes, but most of the time it's good. Cool, and if all that worked now we can do this for blogs, finally. Took forever, but we're here. And now, moment of truth. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. We got the moment of truth. All right, go to the home page. Cannot access tags before initialization. Oh no. I finally did bad. So in our config, tags is used here. But that's the only place it's used. Oh no, it needs to be at the top of the file? That's super lame. Is this actually happening? Cannot read properties of undefined reading Angular. In source content config, generate book schema, blog schema, Angular, Angular, Angular books, Angular blogs, blog books schema, books and blogs. And let's just restart just in case I'm a crazy man. Nope, it can't find something. In React books, beginning React Astro data collection is true. So beginning React, it's in the React books category. And cannot read properties undefined reading Angular. Is there a dot Angular somewhere? No. Is it the collection type? On maybe the tags? Uh-oh. Is it... No, it's blogs and books. Is it because blogs don't currently have... Is it because the blogs don't have a good type right now? Is that something that we need to fix later? Or not the... Yeah, no, that was the blogs. So the blogs don't have a good one. Yeah, blogs don't have a good one. Cannot read on this Okay, so get tags type. Get tags type. And on here, line 407. From line 348. 348. What are you mad about? Cannot read properties of undefined Angular. And you are trying to read so much information in the config on line 407. I'm assuming that would be this line. Let me see if I delete both of these lines, if that fixes anything. Okay, it's not reading that. Is it something to do with this line? There's no reason it would be this. Cannot read undefined Angular. This is very strange. Trying to understand what is actually going on here and why this is not passing. So if we go look at, let's go open this file. I think my biggest concern is if this is failing, this is going to be a bad user experience for the thing that we're really trying to solve. So if we come into our tags here, let's collapse, right? Let's get into React. So I am looking at a book. This book has the tag Next.js. I see the tag Next.js. This is okay. This is what we expect. There is no error. But yet, it's still unhappy, and it's unhappy because of something called Angular. This is the only Angular I see. Go to our index page, making sure I'm not some kind of lunatic here. The only thing that changed in this last run is I switched these two out. So I've switched this back into play. This is super fine all of a sudden. Everything's fine. Okay, so let's go re-disable everything blog related. Let's just do that, even though I think I just saw the issue. So if we do this, we refresh, nothing has really changed. Cannot read undefined property Angular. What's interesting here is the tags. Tags are, okay, found our bug. I flipped these around. That's what happened. My dum-dum did a dum-dum. Now, there is a bug here, though. This needs to be lowercase q. All right. There we go. So now, if I come back and I comment that out, and I comment this back into existence, now we get a mapping issue. Because it cannot read that one, because that's not the one I meant to recomment. That's the one I meant to recomment. We can delete this guy. Now we can see that books are good, blogs are bad. Because this is trying to call React blogs, I'm assuming. And we are getting... We're getting blogs. We are getting blogs. This is doing what it's supposed to do. This is totally doing what it's supposed to do. Why isn't it rendering like it's supposed to do? So blogs, because I forgot to do the thing that I forgot to do earlier. And now it works. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at that. Look at that. That looks so much better. But here's the fun part. If I'm going to just have to remap these all the time, why don't I just make a generic function here? I can do that. Question is, do I want to do that? I think the answer is yes. But I think I might not do that tonight. I think that might be the end of where we go tonight. We've got a path forward, though. So we've got all of these to fix. But we've got this lovely type that's actually working now. We've got our content collections, which is going to be a little messier as a result. And that's a little sad, but we have this really lovely schema type, and it's not repeated. And I think one of the things I didn't love about the old method is you had these types that had to have a type, and there was not a lot of consistency here, and then also all of this was hidden away. But now when you come to this file, you'd be like, I can see all the tags. Now we might take this a step further and collapse the tags down into a single list that's allowable across the entire collection. And that would be an improvement to the site. But that's not a requirement to finish what we're doing. That would just be an easy to do next thing. And then we also have this collection types. So this is awesome. I mean, I'm happy about this. I can't speak for the rest of you, but I'm happy about this. I think this is amazing. I think this is everything I was hoping. This is everything I was hoping it would be. Like, it's not perfect by any means. Like, this is a little messy. And that makes, by virtue, this piece, like the little fetcher function, a lot messy. But I can also move this to a utility. Like, I can make a function now that's just like get collection, right? My own custom get collection. I'm just going to call it get custom collection. And like, this can just be the collection name that's now typed to be the collection. What did I call it? Collection something. Collection types, right? And then in here, instead of all of this, like, I can have a thing that knows how to concatenate, that knows how to do this concatenation the way that I want it to with that. So maybe this is where we'll pick up next time. Like, to do, make this reusable for new collections. But I think where we are for our upgrade to do, we solved this problem. That's done. So now I think where we're going to start next time is we need to finish moving collections to types. We need to fix fetchers on pages to use new collections. And then we need to update script, update migration script to handle fetching. Update migration script to handle fetching. What am I trying to do? Update migration to handle fetching images and storing them. I don't know what the rest of this is yet. We're gonna have to revisit all this, but fix plop, fix that, re-enable verbatim, determine why aliases, and then the last one we're gonna want to do. I'm just deciding. So there's that, there's this. Those are the main three. And then use the migration script to create to create framework entry generator. Identify which kit or kits. Identify what type of entry. Collect needed fields. Save file. Format file. That's it. That's it. It's these 5. So this will be next time. This is what we're going to do. This will be fun. We are seriously moving in the right direction now. Before, I think we were a little stuck. We figured out why we got stuck. I think this is an excellent place to end the night. What type files should be checked in versus kept in Git, or kept in, should be checked in, period. types.dts versus and then env.d.ts. I'm not really sure. But then once all this is done, we should be able to now delete all of this. It's related content. We now have our lovely generator, which this feels really cool. And we have all of this really, 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 really helpful stuff. So what I'm going to do, because this is how I play the game, we are going to commit this. We're going to just do a git commit WIP, no verify. And the reason we're going to do that is we want to actually back this up because we haven't been backing this up. And now this is going to be a big draft. But what we can see is this is going to be a big PR. Nobody's going to want to review this, but we're going to just open a draft. We can see we did a lot of damage, but we've also done a lot of generation. And we're gonna let this sit for a minute, and we'll fix this next week. This is great. We're on a roll finally. So problems solved, solutions made. It's been a fun stream. We had some frustrating moments. That's software development. Sometimes we get really frustrated. Sometimes we really enjoy it. But I had fun. I hope you did too. See you next time.